The Philippines is going to buy green. Our government is taking the lead. The Philippines' Green Public Procurement Roadmap guides the way forward by considering local business capacities, climate, environment, health, and value for money. Our government procures thousands of items every year to serve the Filipino people. When government is the single largest buyer in a market, its procurement decisions influence the direction that businesses take. Green public procurement is about buying products which are low carbon, are healthier, avoid harmful chemicals, and are manufactured through cleaner processes. They are efficient to use and consume less energy and water. At the end of life, precious materials are recycled. GBP reduces the pressure on the environment. Gpp is a partnership between the government and business. Reliable opportunities for businesses supplying green products. This in turn makes green products also affordable for private households. A first batch of 20 product categories has been prioritized for GBP and more will be selected over time. The priority common supplies and equipment products are multi-copy paper, toilet paper, record books, cleaners, chairs, disinfectant sprays, trash bags, liquid hand soap, detergent powder, and LED lights and bulbs. The priority non-common supplies and equipment products are computer and laptop monitors, air conditioners, vehicles, fridges and freezers, copiers, paints and varnishes, food and catering services, training hotels and facilities, toilets and urinals, and textiles such as uniforms and work clothes. The well-established public procurement processes in the Philippines, such as the PhilJobs, will ensure fairness, transparency, and open competition for the green venture. Everyone can become an active consumer of green products, which save energy and water, are not harmful for health and climate, and which are recyclable.
Do you know that procurement is crucial in achieving our society's collective vision of a strongly rooted, comfortable, and secure life in the Philippines? Hello everyone, I'm Billy Bayong. Let me show you how our Procurement Policy Board innovates, adapts, and responds to our changing needs to enhance the procurement system and help the government work for us. An efficient, transparent, and competitive procurement system connects every Filipino to vital services from the government. This can help move more people out of poverty, gain access to better education, receive quality healthcare, and enjoy economic opportunities. These yield greater trust in government institutions and bring the country closer to achieving its national development goals. The Government Procurement Policy Board focuses on simplifying various processes to produce more successful procurement that contributes to the effectiveness and efficiency of the government. The board employs strategies to identify needs and implement projects. It refines and calibrates procurement policies, adjusting to emerging trends based on needs of procuring entities. It creates ways to capacitate practitioners to better manage their procurement processes, monitor effectiveness of our procurement systems, and it adapts to the times, especially during national emergencies. The Gppb has strengthened the procurement process at the earliest stage, the planning phase. The board has issued bidding rules responsive to new laws and policies set by the government. Gppb has also streamlined the bidding process through the use of technology. Gppb has introduced guidelines to ensure timely procurement, especially during a national emergency. Gppb Technical Support Office pioneered initiatives to better assist procuring entities. simple and competitive, transparent and accountable, monitored by the people. These make for an effective procurement system, responsive to the needs of the people. The GPPB, adapting, responding, innovating for nation building. To know more about procurement, visit gppb.gov.ph.
All right, a beautiful Monday morning to everyone. Before we start, may I request the Zoom participants to please give me a quick thumbs up just to be certain that you can hear me loud and clear. All right. Thank you po, Miss Donna Kiao, from PGA Albay. All right. Thank you po for the thumbs up. And on that note, we would like to welcome everyone to the online training for the municipal local government units on Republic Act 9184 and its revised 2016 implementing rules and regulations. Of course, brought to you by none other than the Government Procurement Policy Board Technical Support Office. Again, this is Marky Duetes from the Capacity Development Division, and I will be your facilitator for this week-long virtual learning session. All right, but before we get to the most salient part of our program, let me just highlight our house etiquette and requirements. First, please change your name using the required format, that is your MLGU name, _ your full name for us to properly identify and monitor your attendance to this virtual event. In order to maintain clarity and to be able to properly manage the time, microphones shall be muted throughout the entire session. Please also be informed that this virtual event is being recorded and is simultaneously being broadcasted live in our official Facebook and YouTube accounts. For questions, kindly use our Zoom chat box. For our Facebook Live and YouTube viewers, you may also send your questions through the comment section. Please note that participants may start dropping their questions while the learning session is ongoing. Please also be advised that Zoom participants shall be asked to answer a series of knowledge check questions through the Zoom polling feature. To commemorate this virtual event, participants shall likewise be asked for a group photo towards the end of the program. If you are experiencing technical difficulties, please let us know through the Zoom chat box, and a member of our technical team will directly coordinate with you to address your concerns. And as a requirement of this virtual event, Zoom participants must accomplish the event evaluation through Google Form, and the link shall be provided by the event Secretariat before we exit the Zoom room. Also, may I clarify that certificate of completion shall only be given to Zoom participants with complete day 1 to 5 attendance and complete post-event requirements, details of which shall be discussed further towards the end of the program. For more questions and other concerns with regard to our event, please do email us at gppbtso.mlgu2022@gmail.com. And finally, for those who haven't followed us yet, please do check out our official social media accounts. All you have to do is like our Facebook page, subscribe to our YouTube channel, and follow us on our Twitter account at Government Procurement PH, no space. At this juncture, let's formally begin by singing the Philippine National Anthem, to be followed by the opening prayer. Let us pray. Loving Heavenly Father, today we thank you for giving us the opportunity to come together on this day. May you bless the speakers for the knowledge that they will share. May you bless the participants to use this knowledge to the fulfillment of their goals. May you bless all the people behind this activity so that they may continue creating procurement initiatives with a spirit of joy and utmost passion. We seek for your guidance as we seek this in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen. Once again, a blessed Monday morning to everyone, and welcome to the third batch of this week-long online training on Government Procurement Reform Act, or the Republic Act 9184, and its 2016 revised implementing rules and regulations for the municipal local government units. To officially commence this momentous event and welcome all of us, joining us today, the Executive Director of the Government Procurement Policy Board Technical Support Office. Please welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Attorney Rowena Candice M. Ruiz.
A pleasant morning to all of our brave procurement practitioners in the local government unit. This is Rowena Candice Ruiz of the Government Procurement Policy Board Technical Support Office. Warmly welcome you all to this learning session. This year's training for our procurement practitioners in the municipal local government units marks our return to the face-to-face training, albeit a blended one. So while you're attending this online, we do have a face-to-face learning session scheduled for October and November. I'm also happy to share with you that since we launched this initiative, we are already halfway through our target of training all municipal local government units in the Philippines. Indeed, way before the Mandanas ruling, the Government Procurement Policy Board, through its Technical Support Office, has been working hard to curate training modules designed for local government procurement, because we consider local government units as our vital ally in making procurement a strategic imperative to good governance. This year also marks a good year for updating all of you with the new rules, particularly on community participation. So do watch out for that. With your help and support, we are confident that together we can make things happen for effective and agile public service delivery. I thus encourage everyone's lively and active participation in today's learning session and the days to come. We also appreciate your feedback and suggestions so we can continuously improve our capacity development programs. Muli po, magandang umaga sa inyong lahat.
Thank you very much, Edie Ruiz. Again, that was our very own Executive Director, Attorney Rowena Candice M. Ruiz. At this point, before we proceed to the lecture proper, we would like to acknowledge our early birds winners. All right, so to extend our gratitude to all our official Zoom participants, we will be giving special tokens to 2 early bird participants starting today until Friday. Again, may I remind everyone that you can only win once to maximize the winners of our Batch 3 MLGU trainings. So let us now know who are those winners of our early bird, starting from Municipality of Batarasa, Palawan, Miss Diane V. Kahilig. Congratulations po. Next, we have Miss Cherry Lynn Paredes from Municipality of Silang, Cavite. Congratulations to our early birds winners. Please check your emails and or our chat box. Our technical secretariat will coordinate with you on how you may claim your special tokens. All right, so at this point, let us discuss the program of activities. For today's learning session, we shall be having full session on Government Procurement 101 and another full session on the efficient procurement measures, simplified posting and electronic submission of procurement reports, procurement updates, policies and innovations. For day 2, we shall be having a full session on procurement planning and budget linkage, including early procurement activities. While on day 3, we shall be having a full session on standard bidding procedures for goods, infrastructure projects, and consulting services. While on our day 4, we shall be having our full session on alternative methods of procurement. On our last day, we will be having a 2 full session on protest mechanism and blacklisting guidelines, and also penal, civil, and administrative provisions. All right. Our week will be jam-packed with learning sessions. Again, moving on, magandang umaga rin po sa lahat ng ating Facebook Live viewers and also to our YouTube Live viewers. Hello po, magandang umaga po. Again, if you have questions, feel free to drop it on our comments section. We're very glad to know your thoughts today and hopefully in the coming days as well. All right, let us now move on to the lecture proper for the first topic of this online training, which will run for about 2 hours discussion. So with that, allow me to introduce our research speaker this morning. It's my pleasure to introduce to you our session's resource speaker. Our speaker is currently the City Budget Officer of Baguio City. She is a certified public accountant and a lawyer, chairperson of the local finance committee of the city government. Among her credentials are the following: designated as the local economic development and investment promotions officer in charge of promoting investment in the city, focal person of the Baguio to the United Cities and Local Government Asia Pacific, focal person of the Baguio to the UNESCO Creative City Network, president of the Philippine League of Budget Officers of Luzon, and also president of the Association of Budget Administration, Cordillera Administrative Region. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome our speaker, Attorney Leticia O. Clemente.
Good morning, everyone. I am privileged to discuss with you a topic that is considered an integral part of good governance, which the state promotes in all its branches, departments, agencies, subdivisions, and instrumentalities, including government-owned and or controlled corporations and local government units. Public procurement has changed from an administrative to a strategic function with the overarching principles of value for money, integrity, and sustainable outcomes. And government procurement accounts for a substantial part of the global economy at 10 to 20% of the GDP. So that public procurement is important for development outcomes and economic growth. May I now walk you to an overview of our government procurement system. This is the Government Procurement 101. What are our goals or objectives for this session? We would have developed a deeper understanding on the major concepts of government procurement activities and processes, because the purpose of government procurement processes and policies is to obtain the best possible value for public funds. And we have acquired knowledge on how to ensure effective, efficient, and ethical government procurement operations in our respective areas of responsibility. We want to minimize or avoid altogether the risk of conflict of interest and corruption by following specific guidelines on how to set and evaluate procurement criteria. we can reduce or eradicate opportunities for bribery and favoritism. Lastly, we would have gathered uniform interpretation of RA 9184, otherwise known as the Government Procurement Law, and its 2016 revised implementing rules and regulations. So there may be a need to clarify some provisions of the law to avoid confusion, and this is one of the mandates of the Gppb to come up with the circulars, resolutions, or non-policy matters as guide to proper implementation of the procurement law. This is the outline of our discussion. We will briefly present the history of government procurement laws in the Philippines and its evolution to the present. We'll discuss the mandates of the Gppb and its technical support office. Also, the basic principles of public procurement, including the key concepts of government procurement. We will also present to you the scope or coverage of the application of RA 9184 and its implementing rules and regulations, as well as the Procurement Organization, the composition of the Bids and Awards Committee tasked to implement procurement, and the legal indemnification package for the Bids and Awards Committee when they are faced with legal actions. Let's start with the evolution of the Philippine government procurement laws. So, before the enactment of GPRA or RA 9184 in the 1900s, the United States Philippine Commission introduced the American practice of public bidding in procurement in the Philippines. And in 1917, there was an administrative code that was passed to cover procurement and supplies. In 1978, Presidential Decree number 1594 was also passed that covers procurement of civil works or infrastructure. And NEDA also came out with its guidelines on procurement of consulting services in 1998. The procurement of goods was also covered by an executive order number 302 that was passed in 1996. And in 2000, there was an executive order number 201 as amended by executive order number 262 that was also passed. So there were about 100 procurement rules and regulations spread into executive orders, administrative issuances, memorandum circulars, and implementing rules and regulations. And different laws covering different types of procurement. There were so many problems and challenges encountered prior to the passage of RA 9184. And it produced confusion caused by fragmented legal system. There were also inconsistencies in the policies, rules, and the lack of standards. And there was lack of transparency, including check and balance. So the solution that was brought about by RA 9184, of course, we have consolidated all the laws on procurement into one act or law. So it is now easier, there is no more confusion, and the GPPB, or the Government Procurement Policy Board, was also created under the law, and we will discuss the mandates of the GPPB later on. Well, there is now the mandatory use of the Philippine Government Electronic Procurement System, and a mandatory participation of the civil society organizations for more transparency, and there is now check and balance. So the purpose of the Government Procurement Reform Act is three-pronged. And this is to prescribe the necessary rules and regulations for the modernization, standardization, and regulation of procurement activities of the government of the Philippines. So with this, we are now ready to check what we have learned from previous
All right, we are now on our first knowledge check for our first topic. And as I said earlier, participants shall choose your answer to our Zoom polling feature. And for our first question, all right, may I request our technical team to please flash the Zoom poll question, please. All right, the question is, when was the GPRA enacted? Is it letter A, January 10, 2003, letter B, January 10, 2004, or letter C, January 10, 2005? Again, the question is, when was the GPRA enacted? Letter A, January 10, 2003, January 10, 2004, or January 10, 2005. As of now, we have 43% of our, it's 20% of our participants are still answering our poll question. May I request everyone to please choose your answer in our Zoom poll feature. All right, 46%. Can we invite all other participants to please participate in our Zoom polling feature? So marami pa po yan. As our discussion goes by, meron pa po tayong mga sasagutan na knowledge check questions. And we're going to close our knowledge check questions in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. There we have it po. Zoom poll closed. And the result is 75% answered the letter A, while there's 14% answered letter B and 11% who answered letter C. Attorney, ano po ba ang tamang sagot para po sa ating first knowledge?
The answer is letter A, that's January 10, 2003.
All right. Thank you, Attorney. Now let's proceed again to our discussion.
We'll discuss the role of the GPPB and its technical arm, the Technical Support Office. First is the Government Procurement Policy Board. The chairman is vested with the Secretary of the Department of Budget and Management. It has an alternate chairman, and that is the Director General of the National Economic and Development Authority. And there are 12 regular members from the secretaries of the following national government agencies: the DPWH, the DTI, the DOH, the Department of National Defense and the Department of Education, Department of Finance, the Department of Interior and Local Government, Department of Science and Technology, Department of Transportation, Department of Energy, Department of Information and Communications Technology, and the Philippine Space Agency. So there are 12 national government agencies whose secretaries are mandatory members of the Gppb. So the 13th regular member is coming from the private sector. The creation of the Department of Information and Communications Technology was by virtue of Republic Act 10844, and also the creation of the Philippine Space Agency was by virtue of Republic Act 11363, and it is mandated in these laws that the secretaries of these agencies will serve as members of the Government Procurement Policy Board. The functions of the Gppb is three-pronged. We have the policy-making function, capacity development, and monitoring. The Gppb protect national interests in all matters affecting procurement, having due regard to the country's regional and international obligations. So the first policy-making function, the Gppb formulate and amend public procurement policies, rules, and regulations, and amend, whenever necessary, the implementing rules and guidelines. It has also to prepare a generic procurement manual and the standard bidding forms for procurement. This has already been done and constantly being revisited for possible amendments. The Gppb will also establish a sustainable training program to develop the capacity of government procurement officers and employees and ensure the conduct of regular procurement training programs by and for procuring entities like what we are having now. The monitoring function of Gppb is to ensure the proper implementation by procuring entities of the law and its IRR and all other relevant rules and regulations pertaining to public procurement. How about the Gppb Technical Support Office? It is mandated under the law that the Gppb shall create a TSO, which has already been created, and this is under the administrative supervision of the Department of Budget and Management. The TSO shall serve, shall provide support in the performance of its duties and responsibilities to the Gppb, and it will also perform the following functions: research-based procurement policy recommendations, including rule drafting, development and updating of generic procurement manuals and standard bidding forms, the management and conduct of training on procurement systems and procedures, evaluation of the effectiveness of the government procurement system, and recommendation of improvements in systems and procedures. Also, they monitor the compliance to the Act and assist procuring entities to improve their compliance. It will also monitor the implementation and effectiveness of the field JEPs, and they provide Secretariat support to the Gppb. We can access the Gppb and TSO website through the gppb.gov.ph website. And the website will give you information on government procurement, and you will find in its dashboard so many things, such as you'll have there the Gppb online portal, the online blacklisting portal, online training management system, the PBD builder, and the annual procurement plan of all agencies, including the procurement monitoring report, also the resolutions, circulars, and all laws pertaining to government procurement can be found in the Gppb TSO website. We also have the frequently asked questions there that maybe you want to research on procurement guidelines or non-policy matters. It's all in their website. Section 5 of the revised IRR talks on the principles of public procurement. There are 5 governing principles, and these are: first, public monitoring of procurement process and the implementation of awarded contracts with the end in view of guaranteeing that these contracts are awarded pursuant to the provisions of RA 9184 and its IRR, and that all these contracts are performed strictly to specifications. And secondly is the system of accountability, where both the public officials directly or indirectly involved in the procurement process, as well as in the implementation of procurement contracts, and the private parties that deal with government are, when warranted by circumstances, investigated and held liable for their actions relative thereto. And third is competitiveness, by extending equal opportunity to enable private contracting parties who are eligible and qualified to participate in competitive bidding. Fourth is transparency in the procurement process and in the implementation of procurement contracts through wide dissemination of bid opportunities and participation of pertinent non-government organizations. And lastly, streamlined procurement process that will uniformly apply to all government procurement. And the procurement process shall be simple and made adaptable to advances in modern technology in order to ensure an effective and efficient method. So let's again check what we have learned.
All right. As fast as this, we are now on our second knowledge check for our first topic. And the question is, GPPB TSO provides support in the performance of the duties and responsibilities of GPPB, particularly in spearheading the implementation of public procurement reform initiatives in the Philippines. Is it true or false? Again, the question is, GPPB TSO provides support in the performance of the duties and responsibilities of GPPB, particularly in spearheading the implementation of public procurement reform initiatives in the Philippines. Is it true or false? Again, kindly choose your answer in our Zoom polling feature. Yes, as we wait for the majority to answer the Zoom poll feature, may I remind everyone to please do not forget to evaluate our research speaker, Attorney Leticia Clemente. Later, the evaluation link will be provided in our Zoom chat box. All right, we're going to close our Zoom poll questions in 3, 2, and 1. There we have it po, Attorney. 100% answered true for our second knowledge check question. Tama po ba ito, Attorney?
Yes, that's true. And congratulations for that 100%.
All right, let's keep our listening skills to Attorney dahil napakaganda po ng naging resulta ng ating second knowledge check. Now let's proceed again to our discussion.
Discuss the key concepts on government procurement. When we say procurement, what does this mean? It refers to 4 categories: the acquisition of goods, consulting services, and the contracting for infrastructure projects by the procuring entity, including lease of goods and real estate. In the case of projects involving mixed procurements, the nature of the procurement, for example, goods, infrastructure projects, or consulting services, this will have to be determined based on the primary purpose of the contract. And the procurement also include the lease of goods and real estate. With respect to real property, its procurement shall be governed by the provisions of another law, and this is Republic Act 10752 and other applicable laws, rules, and regulations. So it's not under Republic Act 9184. We will define our terms. What may be included in the term goods? So goods would refer to all items, supplies, materials, and general support services, except consulting services and infrastructures, which may be needed in the transaction of public businesses or in the pursuit of any government undertaking, project, or activity, whether in the nature of equipment, furniture, stationery, materials for construction. Or it may also refer to personal property of any kind, including non-personal or contractual services such as the repair and maintenance of equipment and furniture, as well as tracking, hauling, janitorial, security, and related or analogous services, as well as procurement of materials and supplies provided by the procuring entity for such services. And the term related or analogous services shall also include, but is not limited to, a lease of an office space, media advertisements, health maintenance services, and other services essential to the operation of the procuring entity. So we will have to define also what is infrastructure or infrastructure projects. So this would include construction, improvement, rehabilitation, demolition, repair, restoration of maintenance of railways, lighthouse and shore protection, roads and bridges, energy and power electrification facilities. You have your airports and seaports construction, or sanitation and sewerage projects, even IT projects, flood control projects, the school buildings, irrigation, and water supply, and others. How about consulting services? Consulting services may refer to services for infrastructure projects and other types of projects or activities of the government that would require adequate technical, external technical and professional expertise, and these are beyond the capacity or capacity of the government to undertake. So these are but not limited to the following, like advisory and review services, pre-investment or feasibility studies. Maybe we do not have the technical expertise to prepare feasibility studies or advise us also on how to go about our feasibility studies. Also, design of our infrastructure projects or construction. We might want to outsource the design or even the construction and the supervision of of our infrastructure projects. We might consider also consulting services for this, and management services as well as technical services or studies. So these are all consulting services. The Government Procurement Reform Act introduced to us key concepts on government procurement. And these are about on competitive bidding. It strengthened competitive bidding as the general mode of procurement. It also introduced the alternative modes of procurement, but this is only allowed in highly exceptional cases. So there is also the simplified eligibility check, the pass and fail criteria for checking the eligibility of bidders, and the use of approved budget for the contract as ceiling for the bid price. It used to be that the budget for that contract is a secret, but not anymore. It is already published. The use of transparent, objective, and non-discretionary criteria in in checking the eligibility of our suppliers, and of course the use of the term lowest calculated and responsive bid for goods and services, including infrastructure. But when it comes to consulting services, the term for the winning bid is the highest rated and responsive bid. So it is not always the lowest who offered will be awarded project, but should be that a supplier or bidder offering the lowest calculated and responsive bid, or the consultant that offered the highest rated and responsive bid. There is also an increased transparency in the procurement process by engaging the civil society organizations as a member also of the bids and the awards committee, or even in the Gppb, the third member is from a civil society organization or the private sector. The professionalization of procurement officials is also a mandatory requirement for those who will be back members, and the training training also is extended to the head of the procuring a unit or entity. There is also an inclusion of the penal and civil liabilities to strengthen now the accountability, responsibility of actions of public officers. And it has always been said that public office is a public trust. All procurement shall be done through competitive bidding. This is the general rule. So the procurement methods would be competitive bidding, but if it is not possible under the circumstances, then we can use alternative modes of procurement. So there are only two: general or alternative. Under Section 10 of the IRR, the procuring entities are mandated to adopt competitive bidding as a general method of procurement, and shall see to it that the procurement program allows sufficient lead time for such competitive bidding to happen. Under alternative modes of procurement, there are 5 cases, or we can employ methods under alternative methods of procurement, such as the limited source bidding, direct contracting, repeat order, shopping, and negotiated procurement. So, subject to the prior approval of the head of the procuring entity, and whenever justified by the conditions provided under RA 9184, the procuring entity may, in order to promote economy and efficiency, resort to alternative modes of procurement. And even if it is an alternative mode of procurement, the procuring entity shall ensure that the most advantageous price for the government is obtained. Also, you will only employ the alternative method of procurement under highly exceptional cases, or only in highly exceptional cases. But then this method will be used if it is indicated in the approved annual procurement plan. And if the original method of procurement recommended in the APP was competitive bidding, but it cannot, ultimately be pursued, then the back through a resolution will have to justify and recommend the change in the method of procurement to be approved by the HOPE. And such changes will still be reflected in the APP to be submitted to the Gppb, and this is in accordance with Section 7.4 of the IRR. Government procurement is a process, thus we undergo a step-by-step procedure until the final attainment of our objective, that is to have purchased the things that we need. We will start with the pre-procurement conference. And after the pre-procurement conference, we now advertise and or post our procurement opportunity to the PhilJEP's website. And from there, we proceed with the pre-bid conference to clarify issues or concerns of our prospective bidders. And after the pre-bid conference, upon the time and date indicated in our invitation to bid for the opening of bids, it is now for bid submission, and we open the envelopes. First, the technical proposals that includes the eligibility documents. Then, if it is passed, then we open the financial proposal, after which, if both envelopes are declared passed, then it proceeds to bid evaluation, where probably the technical working group can already proceed with its post-qualification. After the post-qualification and the LCRB, or the lowest complying and responsive bid, or highest complying and responsive bid has been determined, then we now issue the notice of award, and finally to draft the contract and award the subject procurement. So it undergoes this process both for goods and infrastructure. How about consulting services? It has a very slight difference, because here there is now a shortlisting that follows after the pre-procurement conference and advertisement and or posting. So that is where the eligibility check and shortlisting happens before it proceeds to pre-bid conference, and then bid submission. There is an opening of bids depending whether the procurement is a quality or the consulting services is quality-based or quality cost-based evaluation process. Then after that, the bids that we have opened that passed will go bid evaluation. There is post-qualification, and another difference with goods and infrastructure is that here there is a negotiation process. After that, once we have determined the highest rated and responsive bid, we now award the contract. Let us proceed to discuss the scope and coverage of GPRA and its 2016 revised implementing rules and regulations. So all procurement of goods and services, infrastructure projects, and consulting services will cover all branches and instrumentalities of the government. We have the national government agencies, state universities and colleges, government financial institutions, local government units, and government-owned or controlled corporations. And it will also apply to treaties or international or executive agreements to which the government is a signatory. There is an exception in case of conflict in the terms, then the treaty or international or executive agreement shall prevail. Or if a different rule or method of procurement is adopted, then the government of the Philippines negotiating panel shall ensure that the reasons are clearly stated in the records of discussion. Under section 4.3 of the rules, all foreign funded procurement activities of government shall employ competitive bidding as a default. But the RA 9184 and its revised implementing rules and regulations does not also cover for the following. It is stated in section 4.4A of the rules that the procurement of goods, infrastructure projects, and consulting services funded from foreign grants covered by RA 8182 as amended by RA 8555 is also an exception unless the government of the Philippines and the foreign grant or international financing institution agree otherwise. Also not included is the official development assistance from the foreign debt limit. And this is in order to facilitate the absorption and optimize the utilization of ODA resources. What else is not covered? The acquisition of real property, which is governed by another law, or RA number 10752. The title of this law is an act facilitating the acquisition of right-of-way site or location for national government infrastructure projects and other applicable laws, rules, and regulations. Also, public-private sector infrastructure or development projects that is covered by RA 6957 as amended by RA 7718. And the exception is for the portions financed by the government of the Philippines in whole or in part, then this law or the procurement law and its IRR shall prevail. Also not covered is the direct financial or material assistance given to beneficiaries, especially those that are being issued by the Department of Social Welfare. So the financial assistance may be in the form of actual cash or check, while material assistance would also refer to substitutes of cash or check. This may be in the form of coupon, stub, guarantee letter, promissory note, or voucher that has monetary value. And these are given directly to individual recipients or beneficiaries to address their immediate medical, funeral, transportation, and other allied needs and concerns. This is not also covered by the procurement law. The exception is if the direct financial or material assistance takes the form of goods, supplies, or items that are to be procured, then the procurement law will now apply. Also, the participation to local or foreign scholarships, trainings, continuing education, conferences, and seminars. We merely prepare our voucher, and it goes to pre-audit, and maybe that is for registration fee or your per diem, then it is no longer covered. And also the hiring of job order workers. This is an MOE item that is not bidded out, or it is not covered by the procurement law. And the disposal of property and other government assets. There is another law that governs this, as well as the lease of real property for private use. Okay, so let us again check if we have retained.
All right, that's right. So we are now on our third knowledge check for our first topic. And the question is, procurement refers to the acquisition of letter A, goods and infrastructure projects, letter B, goods, infrastructure projects and consulting services, letter C, goods, infrastructure projects, consulting services, and lease of goods and real estate. Or letter D, none of the above. Again, the question is, procurement refers to the acquisition of letter A, goods and infrastructure projects, letter B, goods, infrastructure projects and consulting services, letter C, goods, infrastructure projects, consulting services, and lease of goods and real estate, or letter D, none of the above. Again, kindly choose the appropriate answer in our Zoom polling feature. All right. We already have 70% already casted their answer in our poll question. How about the remaining participants? Please participate po sa ating Zoom polling feature or sa ating knowledge check para na-check po natin kung may natututunan po ba tayo sa ating activity. I'm sure marami. At marami pa. All right, we're going to close our Zoom polling feature in 3, 2, and 1. All right. Final result. 63% answered the letter C, goods infrastructure projects, consulting services, and lease of goods and real estate, while 35% answered letter B, goods infrastructure projects and consulting services, and 3% answered goods and infrastructure projects. Attorney, ano po ba ang tamang sagot para po sa ating knowledge check question number 3? All right, attorney. Again, as we wait to Attorney Clemente to reveal the right answer for our knowledge check, I just want to remind everyone to please do not forget to evaluate our research speaker using the link sent by our event secretariat in our Zoom chat box. All right, Attorney Clemente is here.
Okay. So the correct answer is C. Thank you.
All right, the correct answer is letter C, or goods, infrastructure projects, consulting services, and lease of goods and real estate. We have 63% of our Zoom participants who got it right. For the remaining participants, come on, keep up. We can perfect it again like the past knowledge check wherein we got 100% correct answer. All right, moving on, we have to continue our discussion for our Government Procurement 101.
And real estate. Moving on, we will discuss the Procurement Organization. So this is your the back structure and other procurement actors. So who are your procurement actors? They play a critical role in government procurement. So we have your end user, your technical working group, you have your back secretariat, your hope, your back, and your observer. So there are 6 actors to implement the procurement law and its implementing rules and regulations. So we move to the next knowledge.
All right. It seems that we have another knowledge check for our fourth knowledge check. Technical team? All right, I believe we're going to continue our discussion.
Next, we talk about the head of the procuring entity. Okay. So who is the hope in the different agencies of government? So for national government agencies, the head of the agency or body or his authorized official, or who is the hope here, the secretary or the delegated authority to regional directors probably. For GOCCs, GFIs, and SUCs, it's the governing board or its duly authorized official. And for local government units, of course, the head of the procuring entity is your local chief executive or the mayor or the governor. So this is now the functions and responsibilities of the HOPE. That is why the HOPE is encouraged to attend similar procurement training and capacity development activities. So the HOPE will establish the BAC and appoints the members. He may also designate alternative BAC members who shall have the same qualifications as that of the members originally designated. And he or she has to ensure the professionalization of the BAC, its Secretariat and TWG members, and this has to be done within 6 months upon designation of the BAC, the Secretariat, and the TWG members. They should satisfactorily complete the training course accredited and authorized by the Gppb through its technical support office. So what else? The HOPE approves the annual procurement plan, or he also has the function or responsibility to approve or disapprove the contract of award that is recommended by the Bids and Awards Committee, and the HOPE also resolves any protest that may be filed protesting the action of the BAC. What is the power and authority of the officer in charge as the head of the procuring entity? Well, it depends on the nature of his or her designation. Unless there is no reservation, then the OIC may approve or sign BAC resolutions, the notice to award, notice to proceed, and he can also disapprove or approve the recommendation of the BAC. The incumbent HOPE may approve or disapprove the recommendation of the BAC so long as he is neither the chairman nor a member of the BAC who rendered the recommendation. And also, the incumbent HOPE may sign the notice to proceed when he was a BAC member, but the contract must have been awarded by the previous head of procuring entity. So the HOPE shall designate 5 to 7 members occupying plantilla positions in the procuring entity concerned and must be of unquestionable integrity and has the procurement proficiency. And the HOPE shall create a single BAC, but may also create separate BACs if warranted by the number and complexity of the items to be procured to expedite the procurement process for practical intents and purposes. So the items to be procured are complex or specialized, then he may create a separate BAC for this. If the single BAC also cannot reasonably manage the procurement transaction as shown by the delays beyond the allowable limits, then that is another justifiable reason to create another special bids and awards committee or a separate BAC. And if the creation is required according to the nature of the procurement, if it is something that is specialized, then that can also, a creation of a separate BAC is also justified. So the BACs may be organized either according to geographical location of the project, or end user units of the procuring entity, and by nature of the procurement. Other agencies would have a separate BAC for goods and separate goods and services, and a separate BAC for infrastructure. So, who are not allowed to be appointed as a member of the Bids and Awards Committee? Of course, the head of the procuring entity cannot be a member of the BAC because he is the head. He approves or disapproves the recommendation of the BAC. Who else? Internal auditors. The accounting department is the end user unit, in which case he can be a member of the BAC if the subject of the procurement activity is coming from his office. But he cannot, the accountant or any of the staff of the accountant cannot be a member of the Bids and Awards Committee. Even the local treasurer and the assistant treasurer, there is a Department of Finance department order that governs this or covers this. Under DOF, Department Order number 049-2019. But prior to that, the treasurer can be appointed as a member of the BAC. Okay. The membership and composition for NGAs, GOCCs, GFIs, and SUCs. So you have your the chairperson and the vice chairperson are designated by the head of the procuring entity, and they occupy both occupies plantilla positions and are equally entitled to participate and to vote during deliberations. They have a fixed term of 1 year, renewable upon the discretion of the head of the procuring entity. So who are the regular members? Of course, the chairperson, who is a third ranking permanent official of the agency, and the members representing the legal or administrative areas can be a fifth ranking or third ranking permanent personnel. If not available, then the next in rank. Another member representing the finance area, fifth or third ranking permanent personnel, and if not available, then the next in rank. So for regular members, officer of the next lower rank, if fifth ranking personnel is not available. Okay, so we have your chairperson, as the third ranking, and your legal or administrative officer, or representative from the finance group, and your provisional member is your end user unit. Okay, so the chairperson and the vice chair, this is for LGUs. The chairperson and the vice chairperson are designated by the local chief executive. And the chairperson of the BAC shall be at least a third ranking permanent official of the procuring entity, meaning a department head. If we are talking about local government units, then the third ranking is the department head. And the members of the BAC shall be personnel occupying plantilla positions of the procuring entity concerned. On terms of membership, unless sooner removed for a cause, so it must be for cause, the members of the BAC shall have a fixed term of 1 year reckoned from the date of appointment, and this is renewable at the discretion of the head of the procuring entity. And upon expiration of the terms of the current members, they shall continue to exercise their function until a new BAC members are designated. So if there is a resignation, retirement, separation, transfer, reassignment, or removal, death of a BAC member, then a replacement shall only serve for the unexpired term, and provided that in case of leave or suspension, the replacement shall also serve for the duration of the leave or suspension. Okay. So for justifiable causes, a member shall be suspended or removed by the head of the procuring entity. And for barangays, there are also 5 to 7 regular members of the Sangguniang Barangay, except the Punong Barangay, because the Punong Barangay is the head of the procuring entity. The HOPE can also designate alternate bids and awards committee members. They will have the same qualifications as that of the members originally designated. And the alternate members shall attend meetings of the BAC. And also, under the 2016 revised implementing rules and regulations, they can receive the proportionate honoraria whenever the original member is absent. And the alternate member shall have the same term as the original member. So the presence in BAC meetings is considered for purposes of quorum and shall be entitled to the proportionate honoraria. So he or she must be present in those meetings. The relationship of the principal and the alternate is of co-equal nature rather than hierarchical. So they are co-equal. If the if the regular chairperson or back member is present, then they assume the responsibility. But if they are absent, then their alternate will now function also as back members. So they are co-equal. Accountability shall be limited to their respective acts and decisions. So if the term of the regular members is 1 year, and the alternate back members would also have the same term as the original members. Now, what are the functions and responsibilities of the Bids and Awards Committee? There are numerous. They recommend approval and or revision of the annual procurement plan and other reports. They conduct the bidding process, and what is that? The advertisement, conduct of pre-procurement conference, determination of eligibility of prospective bidders. They receive and open bids. They conduct the evaluation of bids, undertake post-qualification proceedings, resolve requests of for reconsideration. They recommend award of contract to the hope or his or her duly authorized representative. And they also recommend to the hope imposition of sanctions to erring bidders or suppliers. And they conduct periodic assessment of the procurement process and procedures. So this will be a basis for policy pronouncements or improvement of systems. And the BAC also creates the technical working group. It is not the hope that creates the TWG. But of course, the BAC Secretariat is a creation of the head of the procuring entity. So we move to the BAC Secretariat. There is no minimum or maximum number of members of the BAC Secretariat. This would depend on the volume of work, and the hope may create a procurement unit to act as a BAC Secretariat. There are agencies that already created a separate back office, which is also good, so they can focus instead of a designation from other offices in addition to their regular duties. And we have to understand that back activities will have to be prioritized also. The BAC members and the Secretariat as well as TWG has jury duty. So the BAC Secretariat is also headed by at least fifth or third ranking permanent employee, or if it is not available, then employee of lower rank, provided he or she is a permanent employee. The BAC Secretariat should also possess procurement proficiency. The members thereof shall have procurement proficiency to be considered upon designation. So they must at least have an understanding or probably training of RA 9184. So RA 9184 and its IRR do not categorically prohibit the Hope from designating the same personnel as BAC member and BAC Secretariat head. Nevertheless, procurement officials should avoid holding concurrent positions in the BAC and its Secretariat in accordance with the thrust to professionalize the procurement organization. And this is geared towards strengthening the procurement functions in order to increase operational effectiveness and efficiency. And this is contained in a non-policy matter issued by the Gppb under NPM 1-2014. Also, NPM 66-213 was issued, and the authority to sign should be confined to those that are within the scope of her or his duties and responsibilities, and should exclude those that require the exercise of discretion, consent, or approval on matters under the jurisdiction of a different authority. Okay, so Section 14 of RA 9184 and its IRR limits the responsibility of the BAC Secretariat to administrative support functions and primarily ministerial duties. That is why they have no discretion. So, and because of the limitations of their functions, the conduct of opening and preliminary examination of bids, where there is discretion and sound judgment required, then they cannot possibly pass upon this. Their duty is considered as clerical or secretariat nature. Okay, so next, this is now the function and responsibility of the BAC Secretariat. So it is really a critical, it is also a critical function and numerous for that matter, because they provide administrative support to the BAC and the TWG as well. They prepare the minutes of meetings and resolutions of the BAC. They take custody of procurement records, manage the sale and distribution of bidding documents. They advertise, they post the bidding opportunities, including bidding documents and notices of awards. They assist in managing procurement process, monitor procurement activities and milestones. So you have your PMR. They consolidate the PPMPs and prepare the APP and act as the central channel of communications. That is why there is no minimum or maximum number of the BAC Secretariat. Considering these duties and responsibilities, it would now depend on the sound discretion and judgment of the Hope, how many they would be appointing or designated to be part of the BAC Secretariat. we move to the technical, the discussion on the technical working group. So those experts outside the procuring entity concerned may also be included. Example, you have government personnel and officials and consultants from the private sector and academe with proven expertise on sourcing of goods, works, or consulting services. Then they can be part of the technical working group also. So the BAC may create separate TWGs to handle different procurements depending on their technical, legal, and financial expertise. So the functions of the technical working group are to review the technical specifications, the scope of work and terms of reference, or the shortlisting of consultants and eligibility screening. They will also review the bidding documents and evaluate the bids, post qualification, and also they can assist in resolution of request for reconsideration. How about the end users? The end users are the origin of all procurement requests, and their functions are to prepare actual requirements of the procurement project, the technical specifications, the scope of work, or terms of reference when we are talking about consulting services, the schedule of requirements, payment terms and conditions, or warranty requirements, and after-sales service parts. So practically all starts from the end user. So they also prepare the plan, prepare and finalize and revise the PPMPs if needed. Okay. Now we move to the next question, just to test whether we have retained what we have discussed earlier. So the question is,
All right, that's right, Tony. We are now on our fourth knowledge check, and the question is: internal auditors are prohibited members of the A. BAC, B. BAC Secretariat, letter C. Technical Working Group, or letter D. All of the above. Again, for our fourth knowledge check for this topic, the question is: internal auditors are prohibited members of the following: A. BAC, B. BAC Secretariat, letter C. Technical Working Group, or letter D. All of the above. Again, just kindly choose your answer in our Zoom polling feature. All right. We're going to close our polling question in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. All right, I guess there we have it. It's kind of close. We have 57% answer letter B, all of the above, while 38% answer letter A, BAC, and 5% answer letter C, Technical Working Group. Attorney, ano po ba ang tamang sagot sa ating knowledge check question number 4? Right? Attorney? Again, while waiting for Attorney Clemente, again, may I remind everyone to please do not forget to evaluate and answer our Google form evaluation. All right, Attorney, yes po. Ano pong tamang sagot?
The answer is letter D, all of the above.
All right, the answer is all of the above. As mentioned earlier, by Attorney Clemente, auditors, our internal auditors are prohibited members of back secretariat and also technical working group. So the correct answer po is all of the above. So congratulations po to the 57% who got the right answer. To the remaining participants po, so makinig po tayo ng mabuti sa ating research speaker para po tumaas ang percentage ng tamang sagot sa ating mga susunod na knowledge check. All right. Now let's proceed po to our discussion. All right, so before we move on to our presentation, we were just going to have a short break. And for that short break, I guess we can have our bio break po muna. So again, please stay with us and just watch our simple ADB about procurement. Again, stay tuned.
We now discuss a bit on observers. So what is the role of the observer? They will have to be invited in writing at least 5 calendar days before the date of the eligibility checking, shortlisting, or pre-bid conference, preliminary examination of bids, bid evaluation, or post-qualification. So all this in these instances, they have to be invited, and that is the invitation should be in writing at least 5 days. It used to be 3 days, and now it was made. It is now longer to give them chance to attend all these procurement activities. And they are also, they can also prepare reports jointly or separately indicating their observations on the procurement activity. And they will submit that report to the procuring entity, copy furnished the Gppb and the Office of the Ombudsman or the resident ombudsman of that place. And they can also immediately inhibit and notify in writing the procuring entity of any actual or a potential conflict of interest in the contract to be bid. Now, if they don't prepare a report or submit within 7 calendar days after each procurement activity, then it is presumed that the bidding activity conducted by the BAC followed the correct procedure. So if they do not submit any report, then they have waived that duty. Okay. So the observers may be allowed access to the, shall be allowed access, and this is free of charge to minutes of back meetings, or they may request for the abstract of bids, the post-qualification summary report, the APP and the PPMP, and the opened proposals. So under resolution of the Gppb number 4-2021, the procuring entity will now provide online access to observers. So there is now an online access to observers. This is a new issuance of the Gppb. And the PILGEPs shall provide a facility for observers duly authorized by the Bids and Awards Committee to monitor the procurement proceedings online. And this is pursuant to Section 8.7 and Section 13 of the 2016 revised IRR. Also, the procuring entity shall provide their duly authorized observers online access to monitor all stages of the procurement process through the modernized PhilJEPs. But until such time that the modernized PhilJEPs becomes operational and is able to provide said facility, then the procuring entity shall provide said observers online access to monitor the conduct of procurement proceedings through their own facility. But if the procuring entity is not able to provide the said online access, then it will inform the Gppb TSO in writing by emailing their address. Gppb, this is their email address, observers@gppb.gov.ph, together with the reasons why they cannot provide online access. And this will be considered in the performance evaluation of the procuring entity through the agency procurement compliance. So there is a necessity to email Gppb TSO if the procuring entity is unable to provide online access to observers, because this will affect their performance during evaluation. Okay. We will discuss the guidelines on the grant of honoraria. This is a bit exciting because it is honoraria. So the amount of honoraria must not exceed 25% of the basic monthly salary of the BAC, the TWG, and the BAC Secretariat. Well, it is still subject to conditions, like if there are funds available, then they may be granted honoraria. And it conforms to the guidelines promulgated by the Department of Budget and Management. Okay, so DBM Circular number 204-5A, and this is amended again by another circular 2007-3, and it is only made available for successfully completed procurement projects, and limited to procurement that involves competitive bidding or limited source bidding, because limited source bidding is also like competitive bidding. Negotiated procurement, if there are two failed biddings already, then still the BAC, TWG, or BAC Secretariat may be, are eligible for the grant of honoraria. And negotiated procurement under Section 53B, following the procedures under Section 54.2B. So, BAC Secretariat performing attendant functions in addition to their regular duties and functions may be paid honoraria at the same rate as the TW chair and members, subject to the same regulations. So, payment of overtime services may be allowed for administrative staff, like clerks, messengers, and drivers supporting the back, the TWG, and the Secretariat, whose positions are in the procurement unit of the agency. Like, for instance, our General Services Office, handling procurement. Then they are not allowed to receive honoraria, but they may be eligible for overtime pay. And the overtime pay is given for procurement activities rendered in excess of official working hours. And those who are already receiving honoraria shall no longer be entitled to overtime pay for procurement-related services rendered. What is the funding source for the honoraria? So we can use the proceeds from sale of bid documents and the proceeds from forfeiture of bid security, the fees that we charge from copies of minutes of bid openings, the back resolutions and other documents, fees from contractor, suppliers, supplier registry, and the protest fees or savings of the procuring entity. The collections from successfully completed procurement projects limited to activities prior to the awarding of contracts to winning bidders. We can collect honoraria only from successfully completed procurement projects. So this is highlighted. So how much is the maximum honoraria rate per procurement project? For the back chair, for every completed or successful procurement project, he or she will receive 3,000. The back members will receive 2,500, and the back secretariat and TWG will receive 2,000. But again, under DBM Budget Circular 2004-5, the average amount of honoraria per month over 1 year shall not exceed 25% of the basic monthly salary. Okay. So again, we highlight that and emphasize that the honoraria shall be paid only upon successful completion of each procurement. Okay. So may we check again our knowledge.
All right, for our fifth question, or the last knowledge check question for our first topic, may I request everyone to please type in your answer in our Zoom chat box, as this question is very special, as this is price knowledge check. So the first participant who got the correct answer correctly following the set format of names will win special tokens from Gppb. So without further ado, the question is, back secretariat performing attendance functions in addition to the regular duties and functions may be paid honoraria at the same rate as the TWG chair and members. Is it true or false? Again, the question is, back Secretariat performing attendant functions in addition to their regular duties and functions may be paid honoraria at the same rate as the PWG chair and members. Again, please type in your answer in our Zoom chat box, and the first participants who got the correct answer following the prescribed format will win special token from Gppb. All right. We're going to close our Zoom poll question in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. All right. As we end our poll, we have 64% answer letter A or true, while we have 36% answered false. Ano po ba ang tamang sagot para po sa ating huling KC para sa unang topic? Attorney? All right, while waiting for attorney, again, this is a special prize knowledge check, and the winner will going to have a special token from Gppb. So while waiting, ayun, attorney, yes po.
Yeah. The answer is true.
The answer is true. All right, so we have 64% of our participants who got the knowledge check correct, while 36 got the incorrect answer. So upon validation of our Secretariat, the winner of our special knowledge check is Miss Michelle Ordonez from LGUs Sudipen. All right. Please check out your Zoom chat box po, as our technical secretariat will coordinate with you on how you may claim your special prize. All right. Moving on, let's proceed to our discussion.
Back members are vulnerable to legal suits. So the package would refer to the assistance or remuneration given to the members of the back and or the back support staff for any loss, damage, or injury caused to them by reason of the lawful performance of their duty. And the general conditions are first, free legal assistance. You have liability insurance, and you are also eligible for medical assistance. Free legal assistance. The procuring entity shall, to the fullest extent permitted by the guidelines, indemnify a back member or any of the back support staff who was or is a party to a pending or completed action, suit, or proceeding, whether it is civil, criminal, or administrative in nature, brought against him in the performance of his official functions as back member or as back support staff. So the back member or back support staff concerned must have engaged the services of a private lawyer or external counsel. And the back member or back support staff must not have been adjudged as guilty or gross negligence, misconduct, or grave abuse of discretion. So the free legal assistance will cover actual cost of suit and attorney's fees. The attorney representing the back member or back support staff shall be entitled to a maximum of 5,000 per appearance, which shall be paid by the procuring entity. So this is the maximum. If you pay lesser, then the actual amount you paid is the amount reimbursable to you. The free legal assistance shall not cover any action or suit initiated by a back member or back support staff in his personal capacity or in behalf of the procuring entity unless such action, proceeding, or claim was authorized by the head of the procuring entity or the approving authority, or any action or suit initiated by the government against the back member or the back support staff. You will not be eligible for this indemnification package. Okay, so the back member or back support staff shall be entitled to actual, moral, and exemplary damages when awarded by the court. Likewise, the attorney representing the back member or back support staff shall be entitled to attorney's fees awarded by the court. Okay. How about the liability insurance? Now, the procuring entity shall have the responsibility to procure and maintain adequate liability insurance for and in behalf of the back members or back support staff. And the liability insurance policy shall cover only those liabilities asserted against the public official and incurred by him in his capacity as back members or back support staff, as the case may be. And the insurer shall pay for the loss arising from the claim or suit made against the back members or back support staff during the policy period wherein they have served in such capacity. For the purpose of this the term loss shall include judgments, expenses for settlement or compromise, as well as all reasonable fees and other expenses incurred by such persons in connection with any administrative, civil, or criminal action, suit, or proceeding to which they may be or have been made a party by reason of the lawful performance of their official functions and duties in such capacity, but provided that such back members or back support staff shall not be adjudged in such action to be guilty of gross negligence, misconduct, or grave abuse of discretion, or guilty of any other complaint or charges. In the event of settlement or compromise, indemnification shall be confined only to matters covered by the settlement and to which the procuring entity has been advised by counsel that the person to be indemnified have not committed gross negligence, misconduct, or grave abuse of discretion in the performance of their duties. So this procurement of liability insurance shall still be subject to the setting of schedule of premium by the Gppb. How about medical assistance? So the medical assistance shall be provided to back members and back support staff for injuries or disabilities incurred in the lawful performance of their official functions and duties. And the claimants shall be entitled to indemnification for injury or disability resulting from the performance of their official duties without any contributory negligence on their part. And the claimant or his relatives must notify the head of the procuring entity within 7 calendar days from the occurrence of the injury or disability, because if you fail to inform the head of the procuring entity within the time frame given, then the medical assistance may be denied. Okay, so we emphasize that the back members and back support staff must have exercised due diligence also to prevent the harm or injury to themselves. Okay, so the medical assistance herein provided shall consist of indemnification for medicines, laboratory, and the hospitalization expenses, and provided that the amount claimed shall not exceed the actual amount incurred, substantiated also by receipts and other supporting documents. So also the indemnification shall be made upon presentation of the proof of payment in connection with the injury or disability suffered. Okay. The medical assistance granted shall be granted to the claimant as a matter of right and subject to the conditions mandated by law. So that ends the first segment of this lecture, ladies and gentlemen, and we now proceed to the next topic. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Attorney Leticia Clemente, for a very fruitful discussion. Well, again, Attorney is right. That ends our discussion for our first learning session. But before we proceed to our second session, we're going to proceed first with our open forum. Now, please be reminded that questions which are initially gathered from our Zoom chat box and from our Facebook and YouTube live streaming comment sections are filtered, as our research speaker shall only be answering questions related to our first learning session. Nevertheless, rest assured that all questions raised and received are documented, which shall be form part of our frequently asked questions. Once again, let us have our research speaker, Attorney Leticia Clemente. Attorney?
Yes, thank you for your questions, and I believe it's all in the chat box.
Yes. I'm going to read it, Attorney, so that our participants can also see the question. So may I ask the technical team to please raise the first question, please? All right. The first question po is, When we say permanent position per back, Secretariat head, does it refer to plantilla position? Pwede po ba maging back Secretariat head ang coterminous na position?
The term permanent may include coterminous positions provided that the position is included in the plantilla of the LGU. So, like for instance, a city administrator is a coterminous position, but the position is also included in the plantilla. So, if the head of the back secretariat is a coterminous position, it can be done provided that the position is existing in the plantilla of the LGU.
All right, very clear po. Next question. Ang Finance Committee po ba ay hindi allowed as members of BAC? Pwede din po ba sila i-assign as TWG?
Yung Finance Committee po ay hindi siya position, no? So, yung members ng Finance Committee ay pwede silang maging members ng BAC. Ang hindi lang po diyan pwede ay yung treasurer position because they are prevented by department order of the BLGF not to be a member of the BAC. So pwede din ba sila i-assign as TWG? Yung treasurer, hindi siya pwedeng member ng BAC at saka TWG. Or any other position doon back sec. Pero yung accountant position ay pwede siya na maging TWG. Hindi nga lang siya pwedeng maging member ng BAC.
All right. Next question po. Pwede po bang maging BAC member ang first level position?
Pwede pong maging member yan, pero doon ang requirement lang po kasi sa LGU, ang BAC chairperson, kailangan third level yan or department head position. At yung mga members na ay pwede na below the third ranking position.
Next question po. What if we send invitations for observers but they opt not to attend the bidding process?
What is important is we have sent invitations to them. So that is already a notice for them and that already satisfies the requirements of the law.
Next question po. In granting of honoraria, is it monthly, annually, or just in every awarded completed contracts?
Granted po yan in every successfully completed contracts.
All right. Next question po. On the no contact rule, is the TWG not allowed to contact or verify to do clarification with the bidders during post-qualification?
Yan, yung mga pang post-qualification requirements po, that has to be done through the regular BAC, yung membership niyan. So, doon siguro yung mga findings ng mga TWG has to be forwarded to the BAC for their appropriate action. So yung mga kailangan during post-qualification, the BAC notifies the bidder of any documents that he or she will have to submit.
All right. Next po. Next question, please. Can end users who are provisionally back members or back members themselves cast votes or be involved in a back decision makings? Can they also receive honoraria for the particular project?
Yung provisional back member po ay yung end user natin, ano. So pagka yung hindi pwede po siya doon sa kanyang particular procurement sa department lang niya. So pagka votation po yan, kasama po siya as a back member doon.
All right, next question po. Oh, I believe that was the last question, but we have some question here in our Zoom chat box. Ihabol lang po natin because this is very interesting question po, attorney. And the question is mental health included in the medical assistance or covered? It might be due to stress encountered during his or her appointment as back member.
That is really very interesting. Pero talagang stressful po ang maging member ng back, whether you are a member, back secretariat or TWG. But that's all part of the work. We will just have to manage that stress. It is not included po doon sa indemnification package po natin.
All right. I think that was our final question under first learning session on Government Procurement 101. Again, thank you very much po, Attorney Leticia Clemente. At this juncture, before we proceed to our second final learning session, I just want to inform everyone that we can have our lunch po while listening to our second session, or we have a working lunch for our second session. All right. As we are now down to our second and final learning session of today's program to discuss and share his expertise on efficient procurement measures, simplified posting, and electronic submission of procurement reports and procurement updates, policies, and innovation. Once again, let us all welcome our research speaker, Attorney Leticia Clemente.
So this is to continue our discussion this morning, and the next topic is on the efficient procurement measures, simplified posting and electronic submission of procurement reports, procurement updates, policies, and innovations. Our goal for this module is for participants to acquire knowledge on efficient procurement measures amidst calamity and community quarantine through Gppb Resolution 9-2020, and we will apprise the participants on the simplified posting and submission of procurement reports, and lastly, we shall have updated them on the latest policies and innovations on Government Procurement Reform Act. So these are the areas we will focus on. We will discuss the efficient procurement measures during the state of calamity or implementation of community quarantine, simplified posting and electronic submission of procurement reports, also the procurement updates, policies, and innovations, as well as accountability and transparency in government procurement, and lastly, the shift to digital platforms. If we may recall, this pandemic last March 8, 2020, then President Duterte signed proclamation number 922 declaring a state of public health emergency following the confirmed local transmission of the novel coronavirus disease. So the Office of the Executive Secretary then issued a memorandum implementing community quarantine nationwide and alternative work arrangements. So Gppb Resolution 3-2020 was issued, allowing procuring entities to apply the rules on negotiated procurement under emergency cases, followed by more issuances, Gppb Resolution 5-2020, and also Non-Policy Matter 3-2020. So at the time, Proclamation 929, declaring state of calamity for 6 months, was issued in the entire country, and implemented ECQ over the entire Luzon. So there were work from home arrangements and the suspension of mass public transport services and other businesses that do not render critical services. March 24, 2020, then President Duterte signed the Republic Act 11469, the Bayanihan Heal as One Act, granting emergency powers to the President to address the health emergency. And apart from the emergency procurement, non-COVID procurement are also necessary. So Gppb Resolution 9-2020, dated May 7, 2020, was issued and took effect on May 15, 2020. This provided guidance and procedures for the efficient conduct of all procurement activities, regardless of procurement modality, during a nationally or locally declared state of calamity arising from natural or human-induced hazard that may cause loss of life, injury, or other health effects or impacts, property damage, loss of livelihood and services, social and economic disruption, or environmental damage, or implementation of community quarantine or similar restrictions where movement of people and mass public-private transport are limited. At that time, DBM issued National Budget Circular 580, and this is the adoption of economy measures in the government due to the emergency health situation. And this was issued April 22, 2020. So procuring entities had to assess and review all of their planned and ongoing procurement for fiscal year 2020, and for them to identify which shall be discontinued or terminated pursuant to the circular. And there were other subsequent similar issuances. And for those to be continued, the procuring entities shall review the existing project requirements to ensure that the same cover only what they need and can actually implement within the year, taking into consideration the procuring entities' available budget in light of the implementation of DBM Circular number 580 and other similar issuances. In the same way that local government units reviewed also their their ongoing procurement, and most were discontinued to give way to realignment for much needed funds for our COVID operations. Gppb, even before the pandemic, actually there were already issuances by Gppb under its resolution number 24-2018, dated December 4, 2018, allowing the use of video conferencing, webcasting, and similar technology in the conduct of any of the meetings and determination of quorum by the BAC. And even immediately before the pandemic, the Gppb Resolution 16-2019, dated July 17, 2019, was also issued, allowing the use of digital signatures in procurement-related documents. So the procuring entities shall maximize the use of existing rules under RA 9184 and its IRR, particularly those meant to streamline, simplify, and expedite the conduct of procurement and address the challenges and disruptions brought by calamities and crises such as COVID-19 pandemic. To complement the use of these technologies, Gppb Resolution number 9-2020 allowed the submission of procurement documents through email or facsimile. And the submission of procurement-related documents, except for the submission and receipt of bids through electronic mail or facsimile, shall be allowed, subject to the submission of the printed copies as soon as practicable, as determined by the BAC. And also the use of other forms of digital or electronic signature in all procurement-related documents shall likewise be allowed. And the procuring entities shall establish the respective internal rules to ensure the security, integrity, and authenticity of the documents electronically submitted and the use of digital or electronic signature. So these measures now shall be allowed at any time, not just during a state of calamity or implementation of community quarantine or similar government restrictions. How will these documents be submitted? First is through any electronic means available. So online or electronic submission and the receipt of bids for procurement modalities where a two-envelope procedure or sealed price quotation is required shall be allowed. And also this can be done through the Gppb online portal. However, the Gppb online portal is currently being further developed to allow for the online submission and receipt of bids. And later, when it is functional, the GPPB online portal shall ensure the security, integrity, and confidentiality of the bid submitted and generate an audit trail of transactions for the security, integrity, and authenticity of the bid submissions. So the bidders shall submit their bids through any of the above mentioned online or electronic facilities at any time before the closing date and time specified in the bidding documents. The electronic submission and receipt of bids would allow the use of a two-factor security procedure consisting of an archive format compression, and it is password protected to ensure the security, integrity, and confidentiality of the bids submitted. So this allows access to a password protected bidding documents on opening date and time. And the password shall only be disclosed by the bidders during the actual bid opening. This may be done in person or face-to-face through video conferencing, webcasting, or similar technology. And of course, the electronic this technology should be capable of generating an audit trail of transactions to ensure the security, integrity, and authenticity of bid submission. So upon the receipt of the first and the second envelopes, the procuring entity shall generate a bid receipt page for the official time of submission, which can be saved or printed by the bidder. As mentioned a while back, the submission and receipt of bids can also be done through the Gppb online portal. And as earlier said, this is currently further being developed and later on be made functional, so that everything now will have to be done through the Gppb online portal. So Gppb resolution number 12-2020 is this prescribes the form of certification required for the conduct of electronic submission and receipt of bids by the procuring entities. And there is a prescribed format for that, and for this purpose, the highest official managing the information technology system of the agency shall issue a certification describing the electronic system or procedure to be used by the procuring entity for the electronic submission and receipt of the bids, and a statement that the same is compliant with the requirements. So the said certifications shall also be submitted to the Gppb GSO through its address itcertification@gppb.gov.ph. So this is done prior to the posting of the bidding documents, allowing for electronic submission of and receipt of bids. So this is done one time only. This is just required one time, and there is no need for that certification for the next bidding. So what is the procedure for the online or electronic bid submission? First, the invitation to bid, including the bidding documents, shall clearly state whether the procuring entity allows the submission and receipt of bids through electronic means. Then the bidder shall submit their bids through any of the above mentioned online or electronic facilities at the time before the closing date and time specified in the bidding documents. And upon receipt of the first and second envelopes, the procuring entity shall generate a bid receipt page for the official time of submission, which can be saved or printed by the bidder. And lastly, with manual submission, bidders may modify or withdraw their bid at any time before the deadline for the submission and receipt of bids. So modification of bids is allowed. But where a bidder modifies its bid, it shall not be allowed to retrieve its original bid and shall only be allowed to submit another. And for electronic bid submission, bidders shall send another bid that is equally secure, it is properly identified and labeled as modification of the one previously submitted. And the time indicated in the latest bid receipt page generated shall be the official time of submission. Procuring entities shall accept identified alternate documentary requirements for procurement activities during a state of calamity or implementation of community quarantine or similar restrictions declared. And the BAC will have to determine or validate the existence of a state of calamity or implementation of a community quarantine or similar restrictions, and may require the submission of documentary proof for this purpose. So, an unauthorized bid securing declaration may be allowed. Likewise, an expired business or mayor's permit is allowed with official receipt of renewal application. This is subject to submission of business or mayor's permit after award of contract, but before payment is made. Also, an unauthorized omnibus sworn statement is allowed subject to compliance therewith or compliance as to for the notarization of the document after award of contract, but before payment. And the performance securing declaration in lieu of a performance security is also allowed, subject to the following. Unnotarized PSD may be accepted subject to submission of a notarized PSD before payment, unless the same is replaced with a performance security in the prescribed form. And the end user may require the winning bidder to replace the submitted PSD with a performance security in its proper form upon lifting of the state of calamity or community quarantine or similar restrictions. So there is a format of the performance securing declaration. The PSD shall be required to guarantee the winning bidder's faithful performance of obligations under the contract. And similar to the PSD used in framework agreement, such declaration shall state, among others, that the winning bidder shall be blacklisted from being qualified to participate in any government procurement activity for 1 year in case of first offense, or 2 years if with prior similar offense, in the event that it violates any of the conditions stated in the contract. During a declaration of a state of calamity or implementation of community quarantine or similar restrictions, procurement activities may be suspended, or tolling of the periods for procurement projects may be effected. And in the case of suspension, the BAC shall notify all prospective bidders and post a notice on the procuring entity's website, if any, which shall include the following information. First, the suspension of the conduct of the procurement activities for a specific procurement project, the estimated date of resumption, all the implications of such suspension, which shall include but not limited to the fixed price rule in procurement, the extension of the bid validity and security, the validity of the eligibility requirements prior to the award of contract, conditions of the award, and revisions on the date of delivery. And during the pandemic, the procuring entities may retroactively suspend the conduct of procurement activities following the declaration by the President of a state of public health emergency throughout the Philippines. Again, subject to the determination by the BAC of the existence of any of the grounds for the suspension of the conduct of procurement activities and compliance with the notice requirement. On tolling of the periods for the procurement projects covered by the suspension, the subsequent tolling of the periods, including the running of the 3-month period to award the contract and the terminate the procurement process shall be allowed as determined by the Bids and Awards Committee. And the suspension of the conduct of the procurement activities shall be lifted upon determination of the Bids and Awards Committee that the basis for the suspension no longer exists, or upon the lifting of the state of calamity. So the BAC shall notify all affected bidders of the lifting of the suspension and post a notice on the procuring entity's website, if any. The period for the conduct of procurement activities shall again run upon posting of the notice of resumption of procurement activities on the website of the procuring entity, if any. But in the absence of such, any conspicuous place in the premises of the procuring entity. The procuring entity shall likewise inform the affected bidders of the resumption of procurement activities for the participation and or compliance as the case may be. So the period of action on procurement activities shall not commence anew, but rather grants the procuring entity the balance of the remaining period available for the conduct of procurement activities which has been tolled or suspended. On the cancellation and termination of procurement activities, without prejudice to Section 35(1)(1) of the 2016 revised IRR, the BAC, upon consultation with the end user unit, shall be allowed to cancel or terminate the conduct of procurement activities for any justifiable reason, such as but not limited to the physical and economic conditions have significantly changed so as to render the project no longer economically, financially, or technically feasible as determined by the end user unit. Or the project is no longer necessary as determined by the end user unit, or the source of funds for the project has been withheld or reduced through no fault of the procuring entity, or brought about by the declaration of a state of calamity or implementation of the community quarantine. And the cancellation or termination authorized shall be allowed at any time, not just during the state of calamity or implementation of community quarantine or similar government restrictions. So this is now the example of tolling of procurement periods. For instance, the bid opening was done May 12, and the post-qualification has begun, but on May 29, there is a notice of suspension. So you now stop there, and so the period is tolled or suspended. And if you issue the notice of resumption, say June 29, then the period starts to run once more. So from June 30 up to the period to complete the 3-month procurement process, there is a 74 days remaining, and that will end on September 12. But if the period is not stopped from May 29 or the notice of suspension, then the maximum period to complete the 3-month procurement process ends August 10. Okay, so we now check what we have learned. Just
All right, we are now on our first knowledge check for our second topic. And the question is, pursuant to GPPB Resolution number 09/2020, use of other forms of digital or electronic signature is only allowed for competitive bidding, public bidding purposes, only for goods and services, infrastructure projects, and consulting services. Is it true or false? Again, the question is, pursuant to GPPB Resolution number 09/2020, use of other forms of digital or electronic signature is only allowed for competitive bidding or public bidding purposes, only for goods and services, infrastructure projects, and consulting services. Again, kindly choose your answer po in our Zoom polling feature. All right. We're going to close our Zoom polling feature in a 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. There you have it, I believe. All right, we have 67% answered true, while 33% answered false. Ato, nino po ba ang tamang sagot para po sa ating knowledge check question number 1 for our second topic?
the answer is false, because regardless of the procurement modality, we can always use this online facilities allowed by the rules.
All right, I believe majority po got the incorrect answer. So I wish all our participants to pay attention to our discussion so that we can answer correctly or correct next knowledge check. All right, moving on, let's proceed po again to our discussion.
Let us now discuss the simplified posting and electronic submission of procurement reports. So GPPB Resolution number 11-2020 and GPPB Circular number 2-2020 was issued on May 20, 2020, and this took effect on May 27, 2020. And this is on the approval of electronic submission of annual procurement plans, the procurement monitoring reports, and agency procurement compliance and performance indicator results, and the posting and extension of deadline for submission of the APP, the project monitoring reports as well, so that the posting of APPs and the PMRs duly approved by the head of the procuring entity in the designated section of the procuring entity's website, or in the absence of such, at any conspicuous place reserved for the purpose within the premises of the procuring entity is now allowed. And the GPPB will no longer post this document or this procurement reports on its website. In the GPPB resolution and circular, the GPPB TSO recommended the mandatory submission through electronic mail of the procurement reports in both Microsoft Excel and portable document format or PDF file of the APPs and the PMRs and the APCPI results. Also, it recommended the mandatory posting of the APP and the PMR in the agency website and discontinuance of posting the same in the Gppb website. In the case of procuring entities that does not have an agency website, the document shall be posted at any conspicuous place reserved for this purpose in the premises of the procuring entity. In either case, the procuring entity shall still submit to the Gppb a certification indicating that it has complied with the said posting requirements. So the submission of the approved APPs, PMRs, and the APCPI results shall be through the electronic mail addresses below. So the APP will be emailed to app@gppb.gov.ph, and the PMR report will be emailed to pmr@gppb.gov.ph, and the APCPI will be emailed to apcpi@gppb.gov.ph. Now, if there is a discrepancy in the submitted copies, then the data provided in the PDF file shall prevail. The procurement reports shall also comply with the Gppb prescribed forms posted and downloadable from these links. So you will all see this in if you go to the Gppb website for the APP, for the PMR, and the APCPI. They will have their different and separate downloadable link, as you can read here in the slide. Okay. So Gppb Circular number 2-2020 also prescribed the form of posting certification. So together with the APP and the PMR electronic submission, it is now the responsibility of the BAC Secretariat to submit a certification to the Gppb stating that the procuring entity has complied with the posting requirement using the prescribed form. So, other reminders on the APP electronic submission. The APP shall be approved based on the approved budget of the agency. The indicative APP are not considered as compliance, and the Gppb TSO will not accept any submission of the indicative APP, as the same is required only to be posted in the transparency seal of the PE's website. So you have to wait for the approval of the budget or the General Appropriations Act for the national government. In the case of local governments, it's the appropriation ordinance passed by their respective sanggunians. a complete APCPI submission will have to include the accomplished forms, the self-assessment form, the consolidated procurement monitoring report, and the ACPCI questionnaire, including the action plan. Okay, so this is now the deadline for submission of the procurement reports. The annual procurement plan, the first submission is January 31 of the current fiscal year, and if there are changes within the first quarter, then that has to be submitted July of the current fiscal year. Now, the changes of the second quarter will already be submitted January of the succeeding fiscal year. And for the procurement monitoring report of the current fiscal year, it is also 2 semesters. The first semester will be submitted July 14 of the current fiscal year, and the second semester will be submitted January 14 of the succeeding fiscal year. How about the APCPI results of the preceding year? The frequency is annual, once a year, and the submission is March 31st of the succeeding fiscal year. But because of the pandemic, the deadline for submission has been extended, and this is contained in Gppb resolution number 11-2022, where the report the report for the second quarter in the case of the PMR, the original deadline is January 14 of 2022, and it has been extended to March 31, 2022. And the changes within the second semester, it was extended March 31, 2022, whereas the original is January 31st, 2022. But for the annual procurement plan, the original date is January 31, 2022, and that was extended to March 2022. For the APCPI results of the preceding year, which is 2021, that will have to be, that the original deadline is March 31, 2022. It was moved to June 30, 2022. So with all this electronic submission of procurement reports, the procuring entities should be able to receive an auto-generated acknowledgement form from the Gppb TSO upon submission of the certifications and reports, which shall serve as the procuring entity's proof of submission. In case you do not receive an auto acknowledgement within 1 hour after submission, then the procuring entity shall resubmit the certification and reports to the same electronic mail address. And if there is still no acknowledgement received, then the procuring entity shall call the following Gppb TSO divisions at their number. The number 02 is Manila, so 7900674124 to confirm whether the submission was received. And if so, they have to request now for the acknowledgement of the receipt of the submitted certification. For certification of electronic bid submission and receipt, the Information Management Division, and for procurement reports from the Performance Monitoring Division. Okay, so the submission of the approved APP and the initial APCPI results to the Gppb are among the requirements for the eligibility for the grant of the performance bonus or the PBB. The procuring entities shall be responsible for ensuring the correctness, the completeness, and the timeliness of their submissions to be determined compliant and eligible for the grant of the PBB. So it's not the Gppb, but the procuring entity. Okay, so the receipt of the auto-generated acknowledgement serves only as proof of submission, and it does not guarantee compliance of the correctness, completeness, timeliness of the report submitted. Okay. So the Gppb TSO shall post a list of complying procuring entities or those which have submitted their annual procurement plan, their procurement monitoring reports, and the APCPI results on the Gppb website. So there is a list of complying agencies if you go to the Gppb website. Again, we check what we have learned.
All right, for our second knowledge check for the second topic, the question is, pursuant to Gppb Circular 02-2020, the Back Secretariat shall submit a certification to Gppb stating that the procuring entities APP and PMR duly approved by the HOPE have been posted in the agency's website or in the absence of such at any conspicuous place reserved. Is it true or false? Again, the question is, pursuant to Gppb Circular 02-2020, the Back Secretariat shall submit a certification to Gppb stating that the procuring entities APP and PMR duly approved by the HOPE have been posted in the agency's website or in the absence of such at any conspicuous place reserved. Is it true or false? All right, we're going to end our poll in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. There we have it po. Attorney, 97% answered true while 3% answered false for our second question. Attorney, ano po ang tamang sagot para po sa ating katanungan?
Oh, there. Okay, so the answer is true. The Gppb is no longer allowing the acceptance of printed copies. At saka kailangan kasi ma-maximize natin yung mga digital platforms natin, ano, kaya hindi ang agency na mismo ang nagpo-post niyan doon sa kanilang mga website o kung hindi available sa mga conspicuous places in their premises at merely certification na lang ang binibigay ng back secretariat na ito ay mga nakapost.
All right, thank you po, Attorney. Now, let's proceed again to our discussion.
Shall we move on to discuss the procurement updates, the policies, and the innovations so far? Gppb Resolution number 6-2021 and Gppb Circular 2-2021 issued the following policies, if you may say so. So, first, negotiated procurement under emergency cases will have to be reflected in the annual procurement plan. And the procurement may commence without an approved APP subject to validation of funds for the purpose and submission of the approved APP prior to payment. So this is to address the emergency during the health crisis. So you can still proceed with procurement without an approved APP, but later you still have to make those changes in the APP prior to payment. The documentary requirements under the negotiated procurement and emergency cases shall not apply for COVID-19 vaccine procurement, as this will be determined by the DOH and the NTF in their negotiations. So that happened to most of the LGUs that procured their vaccines from AstraZeneca. One is Baguio. There was a tripartite agreement with the NTF and AstraZeneca for the purchase of their vaccines. And the allowance of advance payment up to the full cost of the contract price if the same is required by the supplier, manufacturer, distributor, or service provider. And that also happened in the purchase of vaccines, where the manufacturer of these vaccines requested advance payment or down payment. But again, the Gppb resolution recommended options where procuring entities are authorized to make an advance payment up to the full cost, provided the conditions are met, that it is only intended for vaccines and ancillary supplies as defined by the DOH, and it is required by supplier, manufacturer, or the distributor or service provider. And this is subject to confirmation of Congress that all procuring entities are authorized to make an advance payment for procurement of COVID-19 vaccines. So Gppb Resolution 15-2021 2020 is the approval and adoption of the 6th edition of the Philippine bidding documents for the procurement of goods, infrastructure projects, and other related amendments in the 2016 revised implementing rules and regulations. So under this resolution, the Gppb approved the use of the simplified public bidding documents for goods and infrastructure projects for the preparation of bidding documents, and also the use of the PBD builder in the Gppb online portal for the online preparation of PBDs for goods and infrastructure projects. So if you go to their website, there is there the PBD builder link. And corollary to this, Gppb came out with the Circular 4-2020 providing for the guidelines on the preparation of the simplified PBDs for goods and infrastructure projects. So the circular was dated September 16, 2020 and took effect October 6, 2020 after the publication. And if you will note, the fifth edition of the Philippine bidding documents for goods and services had 112 pages. Now it's down to 40 pages. And for infrastructure projects, the fifth edition has 114 pages, and now it's down to 35. So this simplified the bidding documents, and somehow it minimized the confusion or vagueness of the provisions or duplications. They tried to minimize the overlaps of the sections for the goods and services, and also for infrastructure. So it was made simpler for bidders or to entice bidders to participate in public procurement. So this is another innovation, the Gppb online blacklisting portal, or the OBP. This was developed to address concerns regarding the implementation of the blacklisting guidelines and to transition to the new standard operations in the government, such as online and digital forms of communications, alternative work arrangements, and similar physical distancing measures due to the coronavirus disease of 20 that started later part of 2019. And what are the advantages? Of course, we secure online transactions as only the procuring entities' authorized representatives or designated as official or alternate user of the online blacklisting portal will be able to access and use the OBP. There is also a direct and immediate posting of blacklisting orders by the procuring entities, which will minimize, if not prevent altogether, the delay in informing all the stakeholders about the blacklisting, which will in turn prevent the award of contract by other procuring entities to blacklisted entities. And of course, there is a timely and complete information on blacklisting orders that will be posted in the consolidated blacklisting report. Also, the reliable and accurate data on the implementation of blacklisting, which supports the evidence-based approach of the Gppb TSO in making policy recommendations to the board. The real-time update with the automatic notification to the field GEPs and the procuring entity for every posting of blacklisting orders and update made by its official or alternate user on the blacklisting entity's status relative to its PhilJEPS registration or account and internal control of the system. And of course, it effectively addresses the implementation gaps in the temporary or permanent removal of blacklisted entities pursuant to lawful orders from judicial or quasi-judicial bodies. This is the total number of procuring entities registered in the online blacklisting portal. So there are a total number of 144 procuring entities. In 2020, there were 118, and in 2021, there are 26. The revision and automation of forms. This will, of course, enhance the monitoring capability of Gppb and its TSO on the evaluation of the effectiveness of the government procurement system and recommendation of improvements in systems and procedures. So to address need for useful data that can be derived from the procurement reports, that Gppb TSO is ongoing the development of revised procurement forms. So this is for the annual procurement plan, the procurement monitoring reports, and agency procurement compliance and performance indicator results. So its automation and its revision eliminated inefficiencies and errors. It is made readily available, and the information is also readily available, and foremost, it is very convenient and user-friendly to use. the web-based. These are web-based applications, so it is easily understood by procurement practitioners, and this would eliminate now the strain of manual planning, estimation, and computations. It is very accessible, a programmed application that is available as long as a device can open a website through a web browser. So next is the accountability and transparency in government procurement. The circular or the Gppb Resolution 4-2021 and Gppb Circular 1-2022. This is an issuance that reminded all procuring entities to comply with the transparency, accountability, and good governance policies and measures in the procurement process. So this resolution and the circular provides a user-friendly checklist that guides procuring entities on posting requirements under RA 9184, its associated issuances, and recently as required under AO 34. Also, any contract with an approved budget of 50 million and above will now have to be published in a newspaper of general circulation. The post-award information of contracts will now have to be published in a newspaper. And it reiterates the mandatory use by all procuring entities of the online blacklisting portal, and further mandates agencies under the executive department to post the consolidated blacklisting report on their websites and social media platforms. So another innovation, a new one, is the provision for an online access to observers. There should be an online monitoring for observers using the MLGUs. But in the meantime, the procuring entities will have to provide that online access to observers for monitoring all the stages of procurement using the MLGUs. So, and the procuring entities will have to inform the Gppb TSO in this email address, observers@gppb.gov.ph, if an online access cannot be provided. Okay, because this will be part or it will be considered in the performance evaluation of the procuring entities through the ACPCI. So it is best that you inform Gppb TSO if you cannot provide that online access. Okay. So we have a Gppb procurement dashboard, and this was launched in February 2020 that provides information of procurement reports from all agencies. And what are the information generated from this dashboard? the timeliness of procurement, the bid statistics, suppliers' participation, procurement, risk, gender mainstreaming. You can see all this at the Gppb procurement guidelines. So it is very helpful in policy making or evaluating the effectiveness of procurement system. So this is
All right, we're now down to the last knowledge check for our second session. And the final question is, technical team, kindly please flash the question. All right, the last question is pursuant to GPPB resolution number 14-2020, procuring entities are required to use the online blacklisting portal for posting and updating the status of the blacklisted entities in the consolidated blacklisting report. Is it true or false? Again, pursuant to GPPB resolution number 14-2020, procuring entities are required to use the online blacklisting portal for posting and updating the status of the blacklisted entities in the consolidated blacklisting report. Is it true or false? Again, kindly choose your answer in our Zoom polling feature as we're going to close it in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. All right, there we have it. Thank you. So 90% answered true while 10% answered false. Attorney, ano po ba ang tamang sagot para po sa ating huling katanungan?
Ayan, finally na-accept din. So the answer is true. This gives you real-time information. So the procuring entities now, the BAC, the GPPB, and the PGEPs are informed in real time on the blacklisted mga bidders natin, para sa ganon ay kaagad-agad din na nakikita nila kung sino na yung mga blacklisted, at pag may mga nag-bid sa kanila, alam na nila kaagad kung yun ay hindi na nila i-accept.
All right. Thank you po, Attorney, for the explanation. I believe let's proceed to the last slide of our presentation.
With all the innovations that we have discussed, there are diagnostics that can be drawn from all the reports submitted to the Gppb. And this will serve, as we said, as guide to policy making. The review on the procurement performance of procuring entities based on its first semester PMR, which shall gather information of the actual conduct of the procurement and will assist the PEs by providing diagnostic feedback on the conduct of its actual procurement, and it will generate report for policy research. So what are the indicators? The readiness of the procurement projects, efficiency in procurement, and early procurement activities. So from the review of the procurement performance results, the shortest bidding activity is 18 calendar days, and the longest is 80 calendar days. So this is the last slide, and thank you for the opportunity of imparting knowledge to you, and hope that all this will be applied in your respective agencies. Thank you very much.
All right. And that ends our discussion proper. Also, thank you very much, Attorney Clemente, for a very fruitful discussion. Again, that was our GPPB recognized trainer, Attorney Leticia O. Clemente. To proceed with our second and final open forum, once again, may we have our research speaker, Attorney Clemente. All right, may I please request our technical team to please flash the question. All right, for the I believe it is for questions for Government Procurement 101, and all right, I understand. So, Attorney Clemente, this is a question from Government 101 po pala talaga. So, pahabol po ito na katanungan, at ito po ang tanong about honorarium, or the question is, on honorarium paid from collections from successfully completed projects, does this means po we need to account first ang collections kung alin ang for successfully completed projects only?
If I understand the question correctly, this talks of collections, and the collections become part of the pool of funds that can be paid as can be used as honorarium. Kaya hindi natin etong collection na to ay para sa ganito. Hindi yon, nagiging ano siya, parang trust fund. It goes to the trust fund, and when you are now eligible to receive that honorarium, yung kung meron na tayong successfully completed projects na pwede na tayong mag-receive ng honorarium, then we now get that source of funding. And by the way, meron na rin tayong authority to charge the honorarium from our savings, savings from the agency. Kaya hindi lang yan nanggagaling na doon sa mga collections from bid documents and others, pwede na rin pag sa savings ng agency.
All right, thank you po, Attorney, for a very clear answer for the question. Next po is, how about local treasurer ICO? Pwede po ba siya sa back secretariat?
Baka OIC po siguro to, ano?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, yes, ma'am. Yes, Attorney. I think this is OIC.
Well, kung bawal yung treasurer, na maging back member ng BAC o Secretariat o TWG, then kahit yung OIC, dapat hindi rin siya pwede.
All right. Okay, for our next question po. Yan, I believe this time, this is for efficient procurement measures na po na question. And for the first question po, now po na malapit nang mag-lapse ang declared state of emergency for COVID, paano po ang magiging efficient ways to procure COVID-related materials? Or can we still procure under emergency procurement?
Dito po ay may siguro discernment tayo kung ano yung mga procurement na pwede pang gamitin yung emergency case. cases natin. But of course, yung dati kasi yung mga mobility natin ay restricted, di ba? May mga community quarantine. Pero kung yun ay hindi naman na prevailing sa ating community, ay magre-revert na po tayo doon sa usual na ginagawa natin na normal, no? Kung kinakailangan i-competitive bidding natin yan, ay kung pwede na yan, ay gamitin natin. Hindi po ay nakasalalay yan doon sa state of emergency na nakasaad sa batas. Kung hindi doon sa sitwasyon, are we prevented from performing or conducting competitive bidding? Pag at yung ating need for it ay ngayon na ba, yung emergency ba yun? Kasi kung hindi naman po at kailangan, pwede pa natin yan pagplanuhan na pwede siyang i-conduct through public bidding, ay gamitin po natin yung default natin na competitive bidding. So, i-discern nating mabuti kung ano ang sitwasyon na ngayon. Sa tingin ko, dahil na-lift naman na yung mga restrictions natin at saka may mga alert levels tayo na mababa, ay doon na po, it becomes a judgment call on our part. But for mahirap na kung medyo dyan tayo ma-question. Kaya kung habang maaari na gamitin natin yung competitive bidding, ay gamitin po natin.
All right, thank you po, Attorney. For next question po, okay lang po bang hindi namin i-adapt yung electronic submission of bid?
Pwede po yun kung yung submission of bids ay pwedeng electronic at pwede rin pong face-to-face. Yan po kasi ay mga facilities na provide sa atin para ma-facilitate or kailangan tuloy-tuloy pong ang ating serbisyo sa gobyerno. Kaya yan ay nabigay lalo na nung pandemic time natin na hindi tayo makabiyahe. Kaya pagka electronic bidding ay ma-accept pa rin natin. Tuloy-tuloy po ang mga serbisyo natin. But pwede rin na hindi, basta po ay nakalagay doon sa invitation to bid natin na ito ay face-to-face o electronic submission of bids. But ngayon po kasi ay kailangan i-popularize na natin yung mga digital platform natin. So doon sa mga agencies that can provide these facilities ay maganda po na lahat po ng forms ng submission of bids ay ma-adapt po natin, electronic and face-to-face.
Thank you so much, Attorney Clemente, for a very precise answer to our question. And I believe that was our last question. So if you have more questions, you may still ask them out by visiting slido.com. All you have to do is to just type in the event code #Government Procurement PH, to which the Gppb TSO will answer to an issuance of FAQs. At this point, we would like to thank again our research speaker, Attorney Leticia O. Clemente, for all the time accepting our invitation and for extensively and enthusiastically attending to the concerns and questions raised by our participants on both first and second learning session. And to our participants from both Zoom and Facebook and YouTube live streaming who actively participate all throughout the course of our program, we thank you all very much. Again, for our winners, congratulations, and please check your emails or chat box or kindly provide us the details needed for us to ship your respective special tokens. Now, may we request everyone to please switch on their cameras to commemorate this learning session with our resource speaker. All right. On my screen, I believe we're going to have 3 shots. So please give us your best smile. For our first shot po in 3, 2, and 1. For second shot in 3, 2, and 1. And for our last shot in 3, 2, and 1. All right. Thank you all very much. So before we proceed to the final reminders, allow me to provide a recap or bird's eye view of our today's learning session. For today, we had an entire session on Government Procurement 101 where we had a comprehensive discussion on the key features of Government Procurement Reform Act, as well as an in-depth discourse on Procurement Organization and its roles. We also had a profound discussion on the legal indemnification package, where we highlighted the various assistance given to the members of Bids and Awards Committee and its support staff. We also had a fruitful discourse on the efficient procurement measures, simplified posting and electronic submission of procurement reports, procurement updates, policies, and innovations, where we highlighted the use of video conferencing in the conduct of back meetings, the use of digital signatures, and Gppb online portal. We also discussed the simplified posting of procurement reports and through electronic submission. Finally, we also had a meaty discussion on the accountability and transparency measures in government procurement, along with the recent issuances and policies of the Gppb. Both sessions are led by our Gppb recognized trainer, Attorney Leticia O. Clemente. For the final important reminders, as part of our requirements for the provision or issuance of certificate, again, please do not forget to evaluate our today's user speaker by clicking the Google form link shared by our event secretariat in our Zoom chat. The evaluation consists of two parts. First is the general evaluation, which includes evaluation on the program design, support, information, and presentation materials. And the second one is the evaluation of the research speaker. All right, rest assured that all information shall be utilized for documentation, planning, reporting, and processing purposes only, and shall not be used by other parties other than the author staff of the Gppb TSO. Further, the Gppb TSO uphold the utmost respect to the data privacy consistent in accordance with the provision and relevant National Privacy Commission issuances. For tomorrow's session, please be reminded that the program shall start at 8 a.m. and we would like to request everyone to log in at least 15 minutes before the program. That's it. And that concludes the first day of the third batch of the online training for the municipal local government units on Government Procurement Act or Republic Act 9184 and its 2016 revised implementing rules and regulations. On behalf of the Government Procurement Policy Board Technical Support Office, this has been your facilitator, Marky Duetes. Thank you and see you all tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Attorney Letty.
Maraming salamat.
Thanks, Attorney Le.